Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons. People gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
For bringing TEDx to you at MMU Cinema on 27th of May, we have stickers, booth, and much more. As we gather here as a community of thinkers, dreamers, and doers, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to this year's TEDxMMU Transforming Tomorrow.
Gentlemen, before we begin this event, we'd just like to inform you that in case of an emergency, please use the fire exits over there, and over there, in an orderly fashion. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to TEDx. My name is Vimal Rich.
And I'm Adam, and we will be your host for tonight's event. We will be your host for today's event.
Before we begin, we would like to thank our sponsors. Our title sponsor, Yayasan University Multimedia, or YUM for short. Since 2009, YUM has extended over Rm 180 million ringgit worth of assistance that benefited more than 10,000 deserving recipients in the form of scholarships, allowance, research grants, learning tools, disaster relief, and community aid.
Next, our first bank sponsor, RHB. RHB is the fourth largest bank in Asia by total assets. RHB aspires to support sustainable development by mobilizing 20 billion ringgit in sustainable financial services and empower more than 2 million people across ASEAN by the year 2026.
Our second platinum sponsor, OCBC Bank. OCBC Bank is the second largest bank in Southeast Asia by assets. They target to increase their allocation to sustainable finance to $50 billion by the year 2025. Through their various community development programs, over 1.2 million individuals have received life-changing aid.
And a big thank you to our silver sponsors, Dodo Dots, Prima Avenue, SMAP, and Monster. You know, without the support of our sponsors, this event would not have been possible. Thank you.
We are excited to announce that this is the first TEDx event at MMU since 2018. Hosted by ISS MMU Cyberjaya and in collaboration with IEEE. COVID has held us back for a number of years now, but thanks to you guys and our amazing team, we managed to make it happen this year. Well, I tell you guys a COVID joke, but it might take you guys 2 weeks to get it.
Ha ha. Very funny, Rich. Anyway, the ladies and gentlemen, before we begin this event, we would like to ask all of you to reach into the goodie bags we've given to you and pull out the card we've left in there. Can you guys check right now? Today, on the 27th of May, you'll be writing down your aspirations and putting them in a time capsule. The time capsule of tomorrow. At the end of the first session, we'll collect all the cards and keep it in the time capsule. And at a future TEDx event, we'll reveal it. Each person's contribution matters, and with enough effort, it can create a ripple effect of change. A change of what, ladies and gentlemen? A change for tomorrow.
Now, before we begin this event, please take 2 minutes to write your aspirations on your papers. Take a picture and post it on Instagram. Tag us, #TEDxMMU. So maybe you can look back 10 years from now and reminisce this moment.
Read this. Be sure to think carefully before you write down your aspirations. Think truly and deeply inside. Take your time.
That's a lot of attendees. Do we have enough place for our committee to sit down?
All right. Now, let's get to the moment you've all been waiting for. Our curation team has worked hard to bring you a diverse range of speakers and performances that we hope will inspire and seed your mind with life-changing and invaluable knowledge. So, without further ado, allow us to introduce our first speaker for the day.
Mr. Vincent Chan. Mr. Vincent is an experienced educator with a passion for business, marketing, entrepreneurship, and finance. Mr. Vincent is active in education and training with notable accomplishments in each field. He is a talent in the academic development for excellence in programs and teaching, also known as ADEPT, here at Multimedia University, while also conducting training for our lecturers, and is also the founder of Rice's Ecosystem, a concept that can be implemented to create a more effective and engaging classroom.
Mr. Vincent's portfolio extends as the founder of the Changemaker Academy and a policy advocate who engages with various stakeholders like government sectors and NGOs to propose credible policy recommendations. He has vast knowledge of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and has created numerous startups that bring impact to beneficiaries.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Vincent Chan.
Help me! Help me! This chain is so tight. It's so painful. Can somebody help me? Please, somebody. Please help me. Can anyone here help me? This chain is so tight. Please help me. 1, 2, 3. Lights on. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good day to everybody. Have you ever been into this situation before, whereby you are bound with this chain? When you want to make a choice in your life that lead to big changes in your life, but this chain is binding you. And this chain is actually created sometimes because of the people around you, the environment that you are in. Even worse, it is created by us. So today, ladies and gentlemen, all of us here today make choices in life. We make series of choices in life. And we understand that when we make that choice, it brings amazing, tremendous changes in our life. So today, Vincent Chan over here would like to share with all of you here today a very short story of my journey, if I can say, my journey on how the choices that I make in my life that brings me here today. So, the story starts back in 2007, whereby this is the first time in my life I made that one choice to continue study in a tertiary education. I was never like education. Me and study, we are not BFF. You know, I don't like study. So after my Form 6, I found a job in a mall selling a very fancy, expensive pen. So I was so happy because I get the flexibility or the convenience of having money for the first time. I didn't want to study. The choice, the mindset that I have at that time is just let me work. I just want to work. But the people around me, and there's one particular person in my life told me that, hey, I believe that you will be someone very, very important in the future. And that person is also here today, which is my mother. So with that, I actually make that one difficult choice, although half-heartedly, because I don't like to study, but I still go to the university. So in 2007, to be honest, enrolling to MMU Melaka was not done by me. Everything my sister do for me. Because why? No heart to study. Okay, so 3 years majoring in banking and finance. My first few semesters was very, very bad. I failed a few subjects and I was loaned. Bear in mind, I was on PTPTN loan. So I know that if I keep failing and the loan is taken away from me, how can I actually continue my study? I can't. We are not from very rich family. We are poor family. My parents definitely can't afford to pay the fees. So at that point of time, I took that one choice to change my mindset, to break one part of the chain, to make that difficult choice from do not like to study to like to study. Changing of the mindset. So, this is where I learned the first thing in my life when I make a choice. Embracing the power of your choice. Because why? Sometimes we chain ourselves because of we underestimate the power of choice that we actually make. We are so we are full of fear because of the uncertainty. But believe me, ladies and gentlemen here today, I did not regret even a second by making that choice to continue my study, and thank God I finished it in 3 years. And then, in 2010, where I finally graduated, although not first class, I need to make that one big choice in my life again, which is the choice of career. I always wanted to explore because I'm not an outside kind of person, outdoor kind of person. Every time after my class in university, I will go back home. I always am a Malaccan boy. I never go out before. Always under the armpit of my mother, So, a lot of people around me say that, hey, don't need to accept lah. I got a job offer in Cyberjaya, by the way. So they say, don't need to accept lah. In Malacca, good enough what? Why want to go other places? Everything also you don't know there, you don't know the people there, and you are going to stay by yourself for the first time in your life because you've never been out from your home before. Everything is comfortable back in Malacca. Why do you want to go? So again, the chain was created by the people around me, saying that don't take that choice, your so-called exploration that you want to go to, don't need to take lah. Don't need. But in my heart, I say that I always want to explore. I want to see what changes can it bring when I make that one choice. So I said, it's okay. Let's take that one risk and just go for it. So yeah, I accepted the job in Cyberjaya, but I thought everything would be fine. After 1 year working in that company, I found that I was not suitable for the job. I was so stressed. Don't start by talking about balance of life. No, I was diagnosed with a high blood pressure at a very, very young age. The doctor was so surprised. He said, how can you, such a young person, have a very high blood pressure? So I told myself, Vincent, before you die young, you better make that one choice to change your life. So I did. And it's not easy. When I want to make that choice, all right, I got an offer. Fortunately, I got an offer from MMU Cyberjaya in a marketing department. So again, the chain buying me again. And this time by who? By myself. I was telling myself, Ken, from finance, go to marketing. Is it possible? I was never a good speaker. I'm very, very introvert at that time. And I know that doing a marketing job, you need to give talks, you need to give speeches, you need to counsel parents. Can I do that? And even in the interview, the interviewer was asking, Vincent, are you capable to do this kind of job or not? Because of your background. So I told myself the same thing. Let me just do that one more risk. Just take that one more risk in your life and make that choice and just accept that offer in the marketing. And that is what I did. I just broke another chain. Although it's painful, like literally now it's quite painful if you can see. Alright? But I just took it. I know it's not comfortable. I know there's a lot of unknown. I know there's a lot of uncertainty. But the changes that will come after that, I wouldn't know if I wouldn't take that one choice. And I can tell you, proudly, ladies and gentlemen, today, because of that decision I make, I choose that choice, I make that choice, I feel that there are two big changes in my life. And I feel these two changes have changed my life. I think half of my life have changed because of this choice I made. Number one, I found my passion. And this passion of mine, which is talking, speaking, never come easy. I struggled at the first time. I remember my first time giving a talk in front of 200 students in a school in Malacca. I was like shaking, I was outside taking my breath. Can I do this? Can I do this? Then I just do it. But there's one time where we went all the way to Kuantan. Okay, it's a roadshow, school roadshow. So my duty, I have to give talk about MMU. It's supposed to be a 1-hour talk about MMU, to promote MMU. But I actually gave less than 20 minutes. Like super fast. After done, my boss talked to me, Vincent, do you think they understand what you say? Do you think it's a waste of time that we come all the way from Malacca to Kuantan and you just give this kind of talk that nobody know later on about MMU? So because of that incident, I told myself, Vincent, make that choice. If you want to be success in this career, you want to bring impact to all the students that you speak to, you have to make that choice to change on how you present. So that is where I keep on studying. I do my research. And that is also the first time I came across Tech Talk videos. And I watched a lot to learn how people around the world give impactful presentation. And it changes my life. I was labeled, they call it as orang gila mic, a person that is crazy about mic. So wherever there's opportunity, I will go and grab the mic and just give the talk. And that is my career until today, giving speeches, motivations, presentations. And the second changes that happened is, because of that choice, because of the choice that I made, the second biggest changes in my life during this period of time is, I found what? I found my loved one and married her. Okay, that's all. Okay, so that actually changed. So what I understand is the transition of being from a finance industry to a marketing, there's a lot of uncertainty. Life itself is lots of uncertainty. Right? So what I learned is, when I want to make that second choice in my life was, you have to be very courageous. You have to be courageously embrace whatever uncertainty. I know all of us here, sometimes when we want to do that, we want to make that choice, we fear of the unknown. We fear of the unknown, of course. Every choices we make in our life comes with uncertainty. And when the change happens, the uncertainty builds up. But ladies and gentlemen, I tell you this, if you don't take that one step out of the comfort zone and just be brave to make that choice, you wouldn't see any changes in your life. Trust me. Because I have been through that situation. Then, after 5 years of working in the marketing department, I was like, wow, I'm very comfortable already. Because I know all the system. I love giving talks. Sometimes I feel like an artist, from one school, go to another school, then you you go to another school and you give talk. It was so wonderful. Because why? I know everything about it. I know the teachers, I know the counselors. So it's easy for me to do event with the schools. But deep inside my heart says that I want to grow. Okay? Although I'm comfortable with where am I now, I want to grow even further in my career. So I always wanted to be in the training and development industry. Then I said that, being a lecturer is near to that goal. But this, I put myself in a hard situation again, whereby this time the chain is even tighter and is even more painful. Why? Because the people around me, some of them, I call them idle, actually oppose for me not becoming a lecturer. They say that, Vincent, you are not academically smart. You can't be a lecturer. You don't have a master's. You cannot be a lecturer. Do you look like a lecturer? Do I look like a lecturer? No. I don't look like one. My characteristic also doesn't suit for being a lecturer. And my self-doubt saying that, Vincent, you also cannot do lah. You're so comfortable already. Why you want to sibuk-sibuk? You want to mess up your life, going into a new industry. You have to learn everything again. So that self-doubt make me choke. This chain was suffocating me. Then I was telling, hey, I think at the end of the day, this is my life and this is my future career. I think I should just take that one risk again. So I make that choice to become a lecturer. Again, it was never easy. A lot of struggles, a lot of hurdles, because going to schools and giving talk and lecturing is two different things. And thank God, until today, I'm still a lecturer. All right? But this is what I understand. When I make that choice to change my career, this is what I learned. Sometimes in life, when we make that choice, we need to harness the power of adaptability. It's not easy, yeah? From marketing, you want to become a lecturer. You need to adapt. Sometimes the choices that you make in life has to be, very, very flexible. Of course, in life, people will throw you a curveball from up, from down, from side, from everywhere. But we must be able to be ready and adapt in whatever situation that we are in. And in 2018, I took another choice as a lecturer. I've said that I think I need to make a change in my life. I want to explore and experience more things so that I can teach my students better. I can share my experience with my students when I teach them. So, I founded the Changemaker Academy, which I call it the Secret Society in MMU. So it just started with a very small group of students where I actually bring them for competition. It was just for fun that time. But little that I know is not only bring changes in my life, but also the changes in the life of the students that I mentor and coach. And lately, I get to know that this group of students actually is inspiring other people around them. They are making changes. They are making change makers by themselves. And people around there are changing because of them. And I was telling myself, wow, this is the objective of my life. I'm creating an ecosystem of change makers. And people are actually changing to a better person. And this is what I want to see. And just because of that one choice, I say, let's go for competition for fun. And it's actually resulted until today. We have almost 90 talents in the academy. So that is that one choice. What we learn from here is we need to dare to dream. So all of us hear this cliche thing before, that you need to wake up from your dream to make it a reality. If you dream something that you want to be successful, dream is beautiful, but it will only stay as a dream if you do nothing. But trust me, the moment you wake up and you do something about whatever you want to do, make that choice, you can see amazing changes in your life. And I thought everything is birds and butterflies, very nice flowers everywhere. My life as a lecturer has been very, very awesome, I can say. But in 2020, when the pandemic happens, I found myself in a very, very deep cave. This is where I found myself in depression, having panic attacks and anxiety. I forced myself not to sleep. Because why? I scared that I won't wake up the next morning. I will die. I forced myself for a few days not to sleep. And when that thing happened, flashes of memory comes into me all the time. Things that have happened, not yet happened, or will not happen. Example, like, just imagine, I was imagining that how my son one day he wake up and say, "Where's Daddy? Where is he?" And if I die the next day, in my sleep, I can't see my son graduating from his kindergarten. Or even going to Standard 1. Or maybe playing his first football game. How about my wife? Is she strong enough? Will she be strong enough to go on with life? To take care of my son? I can't see my brother getting married. I can't see my mother getting old. So all those actually running into my mind and make me so keep on digging the hole that's so deep underground. Then there's one moment I tell myself, Vincent, wake up! Wake up! What you are doing now is nothing good. You are harming yourself more than doing yourself good. Because not sleeping for a few days, oh my goodness, it's terrible. So I took that one choice again to wake up, keep on going, keep on fighting, positive thinking, prayers, talk with somebody about it, and I just continue with my life strong. That's all. And here, what we can learn is to always take ownership of your choice. Most of you here today are students. Let me tell you this. You have to remember that you are the author of your book. You are the author of your own chapter in life. The moment you realize that you understand the ownership of your life, you yourself know how to curate and shape whatever choices that you want to do in your life. And today, ladies and gentlemen, I am here. This is actually my dream since 2012, when the first time I watched a TED video, to be here. And trust me, definitely I won't be here because if I don't make that first choice in my life back in 2007, and all the other choices that I make in my life to break this chain, I will not be here today to share my story with all of you. So what I learned from everything is your choice that you make will be the catalyst for a remarkable journey of transformation. So before I end, I would like to tell all of you, the choice to break this chain is in your hand. Whether you want it or not, it's in your hand. The changes that you want to see in yourself, the people around you, starts from all of you here today. So, don't be afraid. Break that chain so that your wings can spread wide and bring you to a very, very amazing journey. So with that, thank you very much.
Well, that was very inspiring. I love the chains. Vincent, your expertise and passion truly shone through in your speech. We are sure our audience thinks the same way as well. Thank you.
Next up, please allow us to introduce yet another vastly experienced speaker.
Technology specialist Shangri is an aerospace fan from Malaysia. She has earned her professional technologist in aerospace and aviation technology from the Malaysian Board of Technologists. Has completed her bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering and master's in aviation management.
Miss Uma is one of the Space for Women talents who has been invited to the expert meeting in South Korea in August 2022. She has been a part of the Kiko Cube Academy through the initiatives of the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, also known as UNOSA, with the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, JAXA, in 2021 and 2022.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Miss Shangri.
Clicker. Clicker. It's okay. Thank you. Once upon a time, we had a beautiful planet called the Earth. This is how the Earth looked like before 1957. If you were wondering, why is it 1957? It was the first year where we humankind came up with our first artificial satellite, which called Sputnik 1, and we placed it at the outer space. Ever since then, we have been continuously participating in the space race. Space technology have benefited ourselves and reshaped the quality of our life. 50 years ago, if my grandparents were to head to Kuala Lumpur, they will be riding in a bike and stop at few places to ask for the location. But today, I drove all myself over here to MMU. I even had time to grab my afternoon coffee on the way by just having a cashless payment. Waze and cashless payment are space technologies. Can we see how easier our life has become? It makes us to live in a comfort zone. It saves our time. Also, it saves the entire hassle of us lining up. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's look into the possibilities of the satellite itself. How are they working? What are they? Do we have any idea about it? The technology has been shaping us, and it leads us to a comfortable life. That's what we are here for, though. So every day we will be working towards enhancing it to a better level, and even better level. But let me bring you to the behind the scenes of the life cycle of a satellite would be facing. We put up a satellite in outer space today. After sometimes several years, it runs out of fuel. When? Then we put it up another satellite. It runs out of fuel again. Then we put up another satellite up there. We don't bring it back. When it runs out of fuel, we put another satellite. And the cycle continues. Fast forward, this is how the Earth looks like today. Okay. All of these white particles, white dots, are known as space dust, space garbage, or NASA calls it as space debris. According to them, there are more than 3,200 dead satellites in the size of a school bus. That's so big. And there are even more 25,000 of pieces of space debris in the size of 10 centimeters and above. And anything less than that, there are millions of pieces of them. All of them are a part of that we have forgotten to clean up during our space exploration. We tend to have this common understanding, perception, or myth that follows us. Space is so big. Space is so huge. And even more, in certain extents, whereby these space debris, they would collide with each other. Space accidents do happen, just like how our road accidents happen. What about it now? Is it safe for us? We want a better tomorrow for all of us. A tomorrow that is well equipped and well fostered with the technological development. This has been the world's problem. So now, let's look into where we are today. Malaysia. Malaysia, 20 years ago, we had a huge gap in the space race. However, today, we have been developing or constructing our own Earth station, space technologies, which has the capacity to assemble our own small satellites. Malaysia is actively being a part of microsatellite and below. We have lots of advantage over there. They come in smaller size and they also come in lesser weight. This cute little piece over here, this is a 1-to-1 model of a nano satellite. This is a real satellite that it could work just like the other traditional conventional satellites that we know. It works just like the same. And it is very unique because it comes in small size. Therefore, it could work in a group of them to be deployed at the same time or at different times to a group or a map of an area, and they could perform their tasks on their own. This picture, would that seem familiar? A mega constellation. We would have heard about Starlink, OneWeb. Yep, they are mega constellations. Constellations do work with smaller class of satellites because of two big advantages that we have. The first one would be the lower cost of manufacturing for smaller class of satellite. If anyone would have guessed how much would this piece cost? It cost only 0.0005% of an ordinary conventional satellite. And on the other hand, it has lower barriers to enter into the space as well. This gives it as a perfect platform for developing nations in space industry like Malaysia, Uganda, and Cuba to continuously explore in the small class satellite industry. However, these small satellites, they are hazardous as well. They are highly hazardous. If you were to ask me, how could such a tiny piece would be hazardous? Now, I want all of you to imagine a bullet, a tiny metal piece. When it's stationary, it's perfectly fine. But once it's loaded into a gun and fired, boom, the power and the velocity, it is catastrophic. This is what happens with the smaller class satellite as well, when they are in outer space and moving at very high speed of 27,000 kilometers per hour. That's the speed of it. At that speed, my dear ladies and gentlemen, a fleck of paint would be the bullet. It would damage $1 billion satellite just in a split of a second. That's the power of space debris that we have today. It has been highly debatable. And what can we do about it next? There have been lots of myths that has been underlying and pinning the truth behind it. The myth number one. Some might say that, oh, space is very big. This satellite is very small. It could make no much difference or no much impact on the existing space that it would take. The truth is, all of the existing shared data on the tracking system from NASA, ESA, and name of the private space companies as well, we can only track on space orbits or space things which is up to a size of a cell phone. This is smaller than a size of a cell phone. So we can't track them. Not being able to track them, which simply means it's going to be unpredictable, and unpredictable objects moves at such high speed. It is definitely catastrophic. The myth number 2, everything that we put up on this space, it gets burnt up when it re-enters into the atmosphere. Yep, science says so. But the truth is, the orbital decay of a CubeSat or a smaller class of satellite, it highly depends on the simulation studies as well, on the orbital drag. The best case scenario, it shows that it could re-enter the atmosphere within the first 3 years of end of its life. But the worst case scenario, it says that it takes up to 122 years for a junk to re-enter into the atmosphere and to get burnt up. That's such a long year. But having mega constellations like this, the small satellite industry has been growing rapidly ever since the beginning of 1990s. There have been only about less than a few pieces of small satellites which has been launched back in 1990s. In 2021, it has been thousands of them. The exponential growth would make the numbers to burst up to 50,000 or even 70,000 in 2030. Remember, it's exponential. When all of these things goes up and it crowds up the entire outer space, and we are here dealing with the buzzwords of Vision 2030, Vision 2050, it is going to be a bigger challenge for us to address it. When we, Malaysia, the country which has been growing in this industry, let's do it right at the time that we are growing. Let's spend a few more resources into the right channels so that we have everything at least works on the deorbital part of the small satellite so that it could come back at the end of the life even earlier than before. Reduce the mess that we have at the top of the outer space. Oftentimes, I tend to get this reply saying that we had that instant disconnection when we talk about space or outer space because it's very far, it's very big, I can't see them, I'm not an aerospace engineer, I could not contribute, oh, it's not my forte, why should I even care about it? Ladies and gentlemen, we are living with it. Even the show is being live streamed, and that would be the power of internet. And that's what we are experiencing it today. And even 10, 50, 100 years from now, we have so many things coming towards us. But with the number of debris that we have today, it is definitely a point to address. And it needs attention. On the whole point of the idea, it is time for us to work towards deorbiting of the smaller satellites or works on the awareness of it, it is time for us transforming the tomorrow for a better future for you and I, for ourselves, for our family, and also for the community, for the nation that we are. We can definitely do it. With that, thank you.
That was an incredible speech, Ms. Oma. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed with the next speaker, we would like to remind everyone to please put their phone on silent. Thank you so much.
On to our next speaker. Dr. Praveena is a certified mental health and awareness practitioner that works with perinatal narcissistic abuse victims. She sits at the board of the MMHA, which is the Malaysian Mental Health Association, and she created a technique known as NVET, which stands for Narcissistic Victim Empowerment Technique. NVET is used to free victims from manipulative and controlling thoughts that have emerged from toxic parenting. Using her own personal life experience, she helps victims recognize abusive behaviors and heal from the past.
Dr. Praveena has written numerous articles about mental health awareness in Malaysia's national daily news, The Sun. She also says that there is no shame in reaching out for help from a professional, whether be it a counselor, coach, therapist, or even someone in your circle that uplifts you. Without further ado, here we have Dr. Praveena.
Are you guilty of obsessing over social media platforms? Do you count the number of likes, comments, and shares that you receive? Do you often compare yourself with others? Has this competitiveness created an environment like an audition for a talent show in your lecture halls and classrooms? Has this relentless pursuit of comparing yourself with others create a flame in your stomach? It has fueled a flame in your stomach. Medical study says that this burning sensation can be caused by intense jealousy. The challenges of a student not only include navigating academic tribulations, but also in navigating the labyrinth of the self, And in that labyrinth of the self is where narcissism lurks. Narcissism is a complex web of psychological projections. It's that insatiable desire of seeking approval, admiral, and validation, that unquenchable thirst of wanting to be the center of attention, the desire to be above everyone and anyone. Self-love is definitely a good thing. I'm not denying that. However, and also, narcissism in moderation is actually healthy. It exuberates radiance. It gives you that confidence to face challenges in life. However, when your thoughts, speech, and action suggests that you can manipulate, that you can gaslight. By the way, gaslighting is a form of emotional abuse where a person tends to twist your perception and reality. Example, you are having this conversation with person A, and you perceive person A as being rude to you. You tell person A. What will person A do then? Person A will vehemently deny your claim, saying that you're having it all in your mind. You'll feel guilty. You're made to feel guilty. This is gaslighting. Now the conversation takes a twist. Person A decides to put the blame on you. Person A will say, you know what? You're the rude one. You should apologize. And you're like, what? You're confused. This is projection. Manipulation, gaslighting, projection, these are all typical narcissistic traits. So let's get back to this. When your thoughts, speech, and action suggest that it is okay for you to manipulate, it is okay for you to gaslight, it is okay for you to project your insecurities upon someone else, that is when you need to slam the speed brakes. This plethora of emotions that you experience is like carrying a heavy sack of money on your shoulders. It's an overwhelming burden. In fact, anything in excess is a burden, isn't it? This jealousy, envy, anger, frustration, disappointment, possessiveness, all this will drain you physically and mentally. You will fail to experience the abundance of life. You will live life in a limbo. So how? You may ask, how do I get out of this vicious cycle? How do I get out of this thought pattern? I want to enjoy life, but I can't seem to stop comparing myself with others. What do I do? I'll teach you a simple method. So what if I say, it's going to snow in Malaysia tomorrow? What if I say, the Leaning Tower of Pisa is going to stand straight the next week? What if I say, in the next 10 years, we will all change into chimpanzees? And finally, what will you say if I say 2 plus 2 is equivalent to 6? What will you do? What will you do? You question, don't you? Socrates, the father of questioning, would have been very, very proud of you. Anything that challenges your belief, anything that piques your curiosity, anything that is doubtful, anything that is beyond your comprehension, you question. You question to know the truth. You question to know the facts. But do you know what skill you haven't mastered just yet? What is that missing link here? What is it that Master Oogway thought Po that transformed him into Kung Fu Panda, that ancient wisdom? Do you know what is it? The art of self-questioning. The art of active self-questioning. When you are challenged externally, you tend to question to find the truth. But how many of you actually master this art of self-questioning to find the truth within? Majority of the problems and challenges that we face in life is simply because we do not know what we want in life. We find it so difficult to find the root cause of all these problems that we face. We live with the flow. When you apply this technique of self-questioning, something remarkable happens. You will find that the challenges and problems that you face comes from within. You choose to think what you think. You choose to believe what you believe. You choose to play the victim game. In some cases, you choose to be the victim. And you choose to compare. This statement, you are the boss of your life, literally means just that. You are in charge of your physical well-being. You are in charge of your mental well-being. And you are also in charge of the thoughts that you process. You are in charge of filtering the thoughts that enter your mind. And with all this self-enquiry, you will come to this million-dollar question, which is, who am I? Who am I? And your answer would be, I'm Spider-Man. This is a famous catchphrase from the movie Spider-Man, year 2002, for those who do not know. Anyways, I'm just kidding. Of course, in the context of mindfulness, the question, who am I, holds a much more profound truth. We did not go there just yet. We need not go to that profound truth just yet. it is sufficient enough for us to question ourselves and find out what are our strengths and weaknesses, what are our needs, what are our limitations, what is our comfort zone, how far can we go beyond our comfort zone, what are your triggers, what is your threshold. And by doing this further inquiry, by establishing what's your likes and dislikes, it's a very simple exercise, one that many fail to do. In experiencing this limbo of life, we fail to do that. Once this self-inquiry process happens, you will realize that you are able to connect with your authentic self. Connecting with your authentic self requires three things: a genuine passion, a strong set of core values, and your own unique set of beliefs. Then, after knowing all this, this question will arise. So what? So what if the person next to you gets more likes and comments and shares? You are not a carbon copy of anyone else. You are irreplaceable, and you are one in a million. Right here, right now, you are perfect in your own way. You are abundant, and you are complete. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you start breaking free by mastering the fine art of shifting from comparison to connections. Thank you.
Oh, wow. That was really informative, Doctor. Really appreciated that. All right, now, before we continue with a performance, it's time to ask some people what they think about the event so far.
Yeah, I see quite a number of people that seem pretty
Right.
interested in some of the speakers here.
You want to go down? You want to go down and like look around?
Yeah, I think we should.
Let's go.
All right.
All right, who shall we pick to ask a few questions? Go up the aisle.
If you're looking away, I might just pick you.
I'll let you pick the first one, Rich.
Who should I pick? Who should
Oh, I see a few nervous people here. I'm kidding.
Miss, hi. Tell us, how are you feeling today?
I'm happy. Thank you.
You're happy? Okay, that's nice. How do you see the speeches? Do you have any favorite speakers so far?
Hello. My name is Nella. The speeches are really good. I believe I'm learning a lot from the people that have been speaking.
Thank you so much. All right. Let's see. Who else?
Should we go for one more person?
Yeah, another person.
All right, sweet. Okay. So let's go a bit down here.
Let's go to the other side.
All right. And we will cross all the way there.
Okay, someone wants to speak. All right. You?
Okay.
Hi, sir. How are you feeling today? Tell us.
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I am good, thank you. You are looking dashing, may I say so.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you.
All right. So, would you mind telling us who maybe what was the most important thing that you've got so far from one of the speeches?
Still a tough question for me, but I do have some questions though.
Please tell us.
I mean, I think one of my debates is going to be with the second lady, I think, with the aerospace. So.
Would you like
So,
to have
yeah.
a speak with you? Would you like to have a conversation with her?
Sure.
All right. So now we're gonna have a debate, huh? Okay. Hi, Miss. Hello. It seems like someone up there has a question for you. So would you like to answer it?
Sure.
All right, sweet. Let's see.
Hello. I hope I can answer the question.
All right. So your aim is to remove all these satellites, right? And to replace them with these nano satellites. Is that
No.
what I got? No?
No. It's not that's the aim of it. It's just that we are currently working on active debris removal technologies. Up to date, we could not have a single entity or a commercialized platform, those who can help on deorbiting the satellites that I've mentioned earlier, the bigger satellites, even the small ones. So it's all up there, and it's very crowded. But in order to have a safe space traffic management, we definitely need to work on it. So that's what I'm working currently.
All right, thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Ms. Uma. And thank
So
you.
much. Thank you.
All right. Adam, do you think we're
Okay.
ready for the next performance?
Yep. Now it's time for a captivating performance by the talented Miss Chen Yi.
While Ms. Chen Yu performs, we will be narrating her story. We hope you enjoy.
We'll do our best. See ya.
She wants to introduce herself in the mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today I'm going to show you how I draw from some simple line and to the comic style and to the abstract portrait painting. So you're going to see me how I transforming my art.
Art is subjective, they say. Its beauty lies in the eye of the beholder. The subjectiveness lies in the beholder's values. The intrinsicness of it all is up for interpretation.
Some may say the beauty lies in the calm it provides, an entrancing experience. Others, the calamity that inspired it, the struggles that made the piece whole, and thus an art piece.
Miss Shangri is an artist, a self-taught Penang artist specializing in realistic portrait art. Her traditional paint-to-canvas form of art is an expression of her passion, a thank you letter to those who have aided her journey, the beauty at face value and behind it.
Bruce Lee was an artist. His specialty? Jeet Kune Do, a martial art. He described it simply. It's a direct expression of one's feelings with the minimum of movements and energy. Unlike other forms of this art, Jeet Kune Do was more a principled philosophy than a self-defense skill. Its beauty lies in its likeness to water. One is to follow the flow, intercepting the opponent's next moves and reacting to it with what is deemed right, coinciding with subjectiveness.
their bias, unbiased, subjective, and objective values coincide in this piece.
Bruce Lee's philosophies have inspired me on how to live life to its fullest.
He never gave up. He told you to focus on what you know and what's inside, instead of what others tell you. An inspiration for me, and inspiration for my paintings, quoted by Miss Chan Yi.
Proving and showing you that art can transform tomorrow.
Okay, so I hope you enjoy my art, and also my art can inspire you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You did really great. Absolutely beautiful. That was great, Ms. Shangri. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a short intermission where we can refresh ourselves and engage with fellow attendees. Take this opportunity to network, make new connections, and exchange ideas. Before that, be sure to write down your goals and aspirations onto the cards that we've given, because we'll be collecting them before the break.
We will give you some time to finish writing on the cards before we start collecting them. Afterwards, you can enjoy some refreshments available in the designated area at the FCM atrium while interacting with others. Feel free to strike up conversations and expand your network. Thank you so much.
This break will also act as a prayer break as it is prayer time. So for all our Muslims, feel free to proceed to the nearby surahs, and if you don't know where it is, our team shall guide you to it if needed. Thank you so much. See you after the break.
Suppose we want a captivating art piece, bro. Then skip over my part. Sorry. No, I wanted to try to go off script.
let's go. Everyone in? Wait for them to queue. You need a spotlight. Okay, tell me. Space. Satellites to breaking free. No. Nah, I don't rhyme. Don't rhyme.
No. She spoke about space. Oh shit.
That's right. He spoke about.
Oh, the psychologist.
I know what the Praveena. Let's go. No pressure.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. We hope that you enjoyed the refreshments and had fruitful conversations with each other. Please be seated so that we may continue with the program. We hope that you finished writing your aspirations on your cards because we're going to start collecting them now. Malia, could you?
All right, feel free to put your aspirations in the time capsule. We'll be walking from one seat to another, and you guys will have to slide it in.
I hope everyone enjoyed the food. I hope you guys had great conversations with each other. Sir, did you? Oh, wow. That's so nice. Miss, did you? All right.
Very bright.
How have you found the event so far, Adam?
Honestly, I think it's really interesting because we spoke about, satellite debris and things about what the doctor said just now and breaking free, all these things. It's just really interesting. And to top it off, we also saw like a live art show.
Yeah, especially Dr. Praveena's topic. It really sort of opened my eyes to how I understand myself, to be honest. And
Definitely.
also Miss Chenyi's performance. Wow, that was something else. Honestly, I had no words, so I couldn't say anything at the moment. But now I just had a minute to take it all in.
Yep.
Wow.
It's really interesting to see all these people from different backgrounds having their own take on what they've studied, what they've majored in, and like the workforce that they're in right now. It's interesting.
Right. We have such a diverse range of speakers. I don't even know where to start. Every speaker is just like a whole new topic. It's not same. It's not monotonous. It's just wow.
Yeah, definitely. Who knows? One of these people here might just be a future TED talker, right? Wow. A speaker at a TED event.
Right. Yeah.
Might just be one of you. Guys, Amalia is down on the left, on the bottom left, and she's making her way up as you guys have to put your aspirations into the time capsule, and yeah, then we can continue with the talk.
All right, we have more volunteers to help us with the collection.
You can see behind her, they're like her henchmen, right there with the black bags. Have you collected everything, my guys? Have you collected everything? Oh, everything, really? That was quick. Can we move on? Yeah. Oh, really? Okay, sweet, nice.
Is everyone back? Yeah.
Yep. All right, glad to have you guys back. Hope you guys had time to mingle and connect, and if you didn't, don't worry, because you still have the chance to network soon during the dinner. Remember, guys, your network is your net worth, so the people you know play an important role in what you do. Rich, I was wondering, if you were a speaker at a TEDx event, what would you talk about?
Good question, Adam. Right. I would talk about not giving up. persevering through all your challenges. No matter how many times you fall in life, no matter how many times you fail, just keep going until your last breath. You never know when you're going to make it, so just keep doing it. Like what Mr. Vincent said, about breaking free, making good choices. You just have to keep going, right? You're very inspirational, by the way.
Damn straight. All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, on to our next speaker, Mr. Calvin Siu Wang Ho. Mr. Calvin graduated with a Bachelor of Civil Engineering from University Putra Malaysia in 1999. He has been actively involved in the water industry since then, and he has started his Air Selangor journey as a technical manager for Petaling region in 2005, and now he is the acting director of Air Selangor.
The man has 21 years of experience in the water industry, and now with the rising impact of climate change, he asks, how do we maintain the best quality of water for consumers? Water operators are facing the challenges of optimizing water production and distribution. As the demand for water increases, water utilities around the globe are turning direction towards something a little more digital.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, today Mr. Calvin will be talking about digital water. Can we please give him a warm welcome? Thank you.
All right.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kelvin. A lot have been mentioned about myself, so I don't need to go further. So I would like us to explore together what I would like to share today. Today we're talking about transformation. So I would like to share how we transform our water today to sustainable digital water tomorrow. Oh, sorry. Okay, we have the same screen now. Okay, what do we know about water? So I said that we need to explore. So I would like to take Vincent's challenge, break the chain, and I'm going to ask you questions. So I appreciate your response. Can we do that, ladies and gentlemen? Tell me in one word that you can relate to water. Shout it out. Keep it coming. More towards longer term, sustainable, green. Right. Thank you very much. Okay, it doesn't change here. Okay, there's a lag. Okay, when we talk about sustainable, we're talking about future. We talk about green. We talk about livable. We also talk about sufficiency, continuous, non-stop. Right? So these are important words that we will explore this afternoon. We have explored water. Now it's sustainable. The next one for us to go to will be people versus technology, or what I call it digitalization. So digital. What is digitalization, ladies and gentlemen? Change. What else? Adapting, yes. Sorry? Paper-free? Modernization. Automation, yes, the technical jargons is coming out. Some more. Upgrade. IoT, yes. RPA, right? AI, machine learning. So these are all digitalization. And when you look at it, just look back and see the age when we have the very first computers before. That's probably 30 to 40 years ago. Right? Now, when the computers are here, how do we benefit from them? We benefit from them by increasing productivity. We are able to work more efficiently. We increase effectiveness. For the factories, they have timely production, timely outputs. So these are all benefits coming from digitalization. Now, I'm sure MMU undergraduates here are very familiar with the computers. I was an undergraduate before, so I always remember the important function of copy and paste. Don't we? Yeah, I see thumbs up. Thank you very much. So when we have important functions, that actually mean it helps us, right? I'm not saying that copy and paste is the way forward. But don't worry, we have more advanced technology now. That's ChatGPT. So let's let that worry to be for the lecturers, not us. What do you, as a water user or as a consumer, expect? Like we said, continuous water supply, uninterrupted water supply, right? Good water quality, timely and accurate billing. So these are what our water users want, what we want. From knowing what water users want, we then chart our path, right? This is an industry practice. And we talk about digitalization. We also talk about digital utility of the future, where you look at three important aspects. One, how do we talk to our assets? What are our assets? Pipelines, reservoirs, the dams, the huge dams that we have. Then we talk about number two, people. Are we technology savvy enough to adopt and adapt to digitalization? All of us have a smartphone now. We don't call it handphone anymore. Yeah? I come here using Waze just now, right? So we are all into digitalization, whether we like it or not. Finally, number 3, we talk about empowering the water users or empowering the customer. Now, we have explored the what on sustainable digital water. We have also explored the why, right? Because of the benefit of digitalization. So now we will go to the how. You can see here we have what we call intelligent command center. What happens here is this. All our assets are wired, right? From the pipelines, from the reservoirs, from the dams, from the treatment plants, into one central location. So from here, you get all types of data. You get water flow, you get water pressure, you get levels in the reservoirs. Is that all? No, you get much more now. You get acoustic noises, right? You get water quality sensors that tell us if the water quality is good enough. So we have all this abundance of data in the command center, right? Now, how does this help us? No. How does this benefit the water users? I'll give you a scenario. One day, we have a sudden pressure drop in the system. Okay, in the pipeline, pressure was 50 meters, now it has dropped to 30 meters. And because we have the sensors, data was sent to the command center, alert is triggered. It says, sudden pressure drop, we have to check. So an on-site team is dispatched and investigated, right? They found there's some malfunction, able to rectify it in 1 hour. But within 30 minutes of the alarm triggered, a consumer called the contact center. And she said, I'm having low pressure in my house. Okay, that's the scenario. Before, the contact center will reply as such. Thank you, Miss Uma, for your complaint. We will check and revert back to you. Right? So after check, resolve, 3 to 4 hours later, we call Miss Uma. Miss Uma, thank you for your complaint. It's been resolved. So Miss Uma said, the pressure is back to normal. That's before. Now, what happened? Now, when Miss Uma called, in half an hour after alarm is triggered, our contact center personnel will tell Miss Uma, thank you for your complaint. We are aware of the problem. it will be resolved in half an hour. We will update you again. See, that's the beauty of data. We will know when and where. Hence, we are able to act. And the benefit goes to our customers, water users. Well, you see these two guys there. They are talking. Just to share with you, they are actually my colleagues, right? A different scenario. Imagine we have a pipeline, okay? Full of water at a certain pressure head. Now, a hole has appeared on the pipeline, right? So it's a leak, okay? Now, what happens as time goes? The hole becomes bigger and bigger and bigger, right? Until to the extent it cannot hold anymore, the pipe will break. That's what we call a pipe burst. Now, but imagine this. When we have what we call pressure transient system sensors within our network that actually provide us 256 sample readings in 1 second. That's a lot of reading, guys. Yeah. So we are able to detect when this small hole occur. Right? Now what do we do then? Once we know, again, alarm is triggered, we are able to dispatch the team, fix the hole before it becomes a pipe burst. What's the beauty? The beauty is lower cost of repair. The best beauty of all, no interruption to the customer. Customers will be happy. We are there repairing it, sweating, but customer need not know about it. All they want is continuous, uninterrupted water supply. Yeah, we definitely don't want such things to happen. Yeah, this is a big scale pipe burst, right? Now, what I want to share is also the number on the screen. You look at this number as 5 bursts per 100 kilometer per year. Through digitalization, it was, before digitalization, it was not this number. The number then was 21. Right? So ladies and gentlemen, we already obtained the benefit of digitalization. How? We know where, we know when it happened, and we can act on it. We can now prevent it. That's a 75% reduction. These are our team, right? Now, for non-revenue water, or a simpler term, water losses, leakages, we have, through digitalization, 16% reduction. Look at the 99.9. That's compliance to drinking water standards. Through digitalization, we have managed to bring it up from 99 to 99.9. This is a digital meter on the left, and on the right is an app. Okay? Now, when we say digital meter, what does it mean? It just means that we are moving forward with digitalization, and this meter does not require manpower to read it. It transmits data every day. And hence, we can bill the water users directly without going to their doorstep. Right? So that's the beauty of the meter. Is that all? No. What you can't see is that within this meter, there are what we call acoustic sensors. Acoustic sensors are important and used when they can pick up leak noises. So where is the leak? Is it in our houses or outside our houses? The meter is able to determine whether it's inside or whether it's outside. Now, what's the benefit then? Have you heard water users or consumers complaining of high bill? Right? Trust me, being in the business long enough, nobody complains of low bill. Okay? So people only complain when the bill is high. Now, 90% of the time, when the bill is high, it's because of what we call internal leakage. Because the pipe runs in the garden is always wet, nobody realizes. After 1 month, where the leak happens, they get a shock, and they say it's high bill. Right? So now, with this, you don't get shocks anymore. Alarm will be triggered to you directly, not me, to users directly. As long as you are a smart digital water user. And what do I mean by that? You subscribe to app, you have e-bill, everything is E nowadays, right? So that means you have smartphone. So like it or not, you are already a smart user. Okay? Okay, this is talking about sustainability. Now, a smart digital water user is actually working towards sustainable environment. Why do I say that? Number one, if you have e-bill, you don't get paper bill. So you preserve the trees, right? You preserve not only the trees, you preserve the ecosystem as well. Number two, if you know about your water consumption every day, you will also know if you are using too much water. Ladies and gentlemen, when I say too much water, perhaps it's a bit difficult to comprehend. Let me give you some numbers. Average people in Selangor uses about 240 liters of water per person per day. So you have 5 people in the family, you look at about 1 to 1.2 cubic meters per day, right? Is that too high? Not sure yet. Let me give you the next number. In our friends in neighboring Singapore, their average consumption is 160 liters per capita per day. 160 Singapore, Selangor 240. We use 50% more than them. So are we using too much water? I don't know, you tell me. Right? Let's not get into why we use so much water. Right? But we need to conserve. That's the important message. So if we know our consumption, we will also be triggered on the app. Mr. Vincent, just to inform you, as compared to your neighborhood, you are using 50% more. Right? So the next thing Mr. Vincent will do, number one, let's check if there's internal leakage. Because he doesn't believe he uses too much water. That's for sure. Number two, after that's done, confirm no leakage, he will say, okay, let's call for a family meeting. Okay? In our efforts to conserve water. I love this picture. Yeah. A running tap. That hand and arm is definitely not mine. Right? But it's from a child. Right? And in this picture, you can see the message is clear. If a child knows how to close off a running tap, what are the excuses for us adults in not conserving water, not wasting water? Sorry guys, it's not my fault. That's for sure. Okay. Now, simple. Ladies and gentlemen, I have two takeaways for you after we have explored, right? What have we explored? We have explored how do we transform our water today into sustainable digital water tomorrow. So look at the droplet. The droplet is wired up. Look at the beautiful leaves and flowers. That's where sustainability is crucial, right? We also talk about sustainability not just for me and you, for our kids, for our kids' kids, right? And going forward. And we have an obligation. Remember the child closing the running tap. So this is important. We can make a difference. So that's the first takeaway, which is sustainable digital water. And finally, I'm not the guy in the picture. Far from it. He's much more good looking, right? Now, we definitely do not want war. Furthermore, over water. This is not something I say, right? And people have mentioned, if we continue the way we are, we will run out of fresh water very soon. Malaysia has abundance of fresh water. But are we optimizing it? We are not. I can tell you we are not. Because for the fact that we use too much water, right? And we need to conserve, we need to preserve, right? So what the second takeaway I would like to bring back, be a James Bond of water. What can you do? Right? Number one, conserve water. Don't use so much. If the water consumption is too high, call for an emergency family meeting. Okay? Number two, avoid wastage. And the simplest of all, number three, reduce the use of paper. Be an e-bill customer. Use the app. Right? You will see the chain of effects. It's not just paper, it's just not trees. It's also lesser people, lesser carbon emission. That's why I call all of us James Bond of water. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Kelvin, for covering such an interesting and enlightening topic.
Mr. Kelvin opened my eyes. Before this, I never knew how much work went into the sustainability of water.
Sorry, what did you say?
I never knew how much work went into sustainability of water.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, you're right. So, our next speaker is going to cover a unique and important topic, introducing Miss Elizabeth Calzanola.
Okay.
Miss Elizabeth Calzanola is the Managing Director of Girls in Tech Kuala Lumpur,
I'm
a
so sorry.
non-profit organization devoted to empowering, educating, and engaging women in the tech industry. It is Girls in Tech's mission to support women with the access and community they need to succeed in tech.
Forget about what happened just now. No stranger to working in the tech industry, Miss Elizabeth is the Program Director for iTrain Asia, an IT education company based in Singapore, where she has organized training in collaboration with Microsoft's initiative Code Without Barriers to bringing free artificial intelligence and data science training to more than 1,000 women in the Asia-Pacific region.
Ms. Elizabeth holds a bachelor's degree in finance and economics from the Stockholm School of Economics in Riga and a master's in business administration from University of Pusra, Malaysia. So,
give it up for Miss Elizabeth. Give it up for Miss Elizabeth Calzanola.
No, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining me today. My name is Elizabeth, and I am here today to talk about the power of inclusion and the importance of gender equality in AI, and why it should matter to all of us. What exactly comes to mind when you think of tech? Is it the Silicon Valley? Is it a Big Five? And perhaps it's a civic agenda. But I am here today to tell you that we need to think bigger. Tech is every industry. Tech is every company. And tech is everyone. For the past 3 years, I have dedicated my efforts to champion girls in the tech industry. I have organized trainings for over 2,000 women in the APAC region to familiarize them with AI. But there is still a long way to go. It's not just about women. It's about inclusion, equality, and the power of technology to impact all of us. Picture this, a world where diversity matters and where each of our voices is heard and where AI contributes to a safer future. That's the power of inclusion in AI. Intelligence is not exclusive to human brains. We are witnessing the rapid development of artificial intelligence. Machines that are becoming more intelligent than us, but we must tread carefully. If we don't act responsibly, machines might overshadow us because of their superior minds. And that's the dangerous path we must avoid. And here's the unsettling truth. AI doesn't need consciousness or physical mobility to threaten our civilization as was thought before. When historically speaking, all data that has been gathered for the things that we use today is gender biased. For example, car seats and seat belts and airbags, they have been created throughout crash dummy tests where men have been the sample. And these don't take in the measurements that women have. Our breasts and pregnant bodies are not the sample method that is being created on. So that's why we have seen that 47% of women are more likely to be seriously injured in car accidents, and 17% are more likely to die than men. And there are emerging capabilities that go beyond text generation and image creation. AI can deepfake voices and images, draft bills, identify weaknesses, and even develop intimate relationships. What unifies these abilities? It's AI's mastery of language. Language shapes our stories, our culture, and our perception of reality. AI's capacity to generate language means it can shape our thoughts, beliefs, and understanding of the world. It can create a world aligned with its own interests, subtly guiding our choices. Imagine machines having more control than humans, dictating our decisions and actions. Human rights, for example, are not a biological reality. They are something we have created through language, stories, and laws. Similarly, money has value only because of the stories that we associate with it. So AI's capacity to generate language, meaning it can manipulate our stories, our culture, and even our perception of reality. We might think we are making our own choices, but in reality, they could be subtly guided by AI algorithms. And these models can learn from psychology books, making them incredibly adept at influencing us. And when it comes to gender equality in AI, it is a pressing issue. Despite comprising 50% of the global population, women hold only 26% of data and AI positions. Gender bias in AI can perpetuate inequalities, from biased algorithms to discriminatory practices. It's time to address these issues. Inclusion means recognizing and valuing the unique contributions of individuals of all genders. By fostering a diverse and inclusive AI community, we unlock a broader range of talents and perspectives, leading to more innovative solutions. When women and underrepresented groups participate in AI research and development, we witness technologies that reflect the needs of everyone. Diversity-focused AI algorithms can create fairer systems, reducing biases across healthcare, education, and employment. The benefits AI offers in fields particularly like medicine and finding cures for diseases like cancer are too substantial to ignore and halt the development of AI. But imagine a scenario where a cure for cancer is developed, but it is based solely on research conducted in men. Most likely, this cure will not be as effective for women. AI development has outpaced policy making and regulation, resulting in biased and misused AI systems. Responsible AI development requires concerted efforts from various stakeholders, governments, policymakers, academia, industry leaders, and the AI community. Regulations and governance are essential to ensure responsible AI. We need comprehensive laws that address risks, privacy, transparency, and accountability. International cooperation is vital to establish common standards that transcend borders. With the rise of automated tasks, the need for humans to work is diminishing, and tools like universal basic income offer potential benefits. But we must ensure it doesn't exacerbate inequalities and that the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. Robust measures are necessary to address wealth disparities and ensure equitable resource distribution. And the fear of robots taking our work during the AI revolution is also valid. However, struggles and challenges are essential for human growth. And that's what each of us should embrace to stay relevant in the new era. Embracing our humanity means embracing the full range of experiences and learning how we can advance ourselves. Instead of viewing AI as a replacement, let's foster collaboration between humans and AI systems. Imagine when Excel spreadsheets were created, perhaps accountants were a bit afraid that it might take over their work, but it didn't. It made accountants almost 1,000 times more effective. And that's the same thing that can happen today. So a few points that I would suggest all of you to take away today as well is research the AI that is out there already. Think of ways how it can automate some of the tasks that you are doing, and it can ease up your daily life, make you more effective. But while using these AI systems, make sure that you have responsible and inclusive mindset, that you take into account that what you're asking this AI system includes diversity, includes all the differences that each of us has. And we need to recognize the unique capabilities of AI while emphasizing human judgment, creativity, and ethical decision making. So that's why probably all of you, I hope, are using already ChatGPT. And when we give the prompts to them, we must ensure that they are specific. Otherwise, the output that we get can be biased. For example, you're writing, please suggest a diet for lactose intolerant person. And they would come up a little list of what you can do, what you can eat, but most likely, because the median is men, then the diet would be most suited for men as well. And that's why when we use systems like these, we need to be very, very specific on what we are asking them. And we also need to understand that by combining our strengths, we can achieve greater advancements while maintaining control and accountability. Educating the public about the potential impact of AI systems is crucial. And that's what we've been doing with Girls in Tech by organizing networking meetups for girls where they can see that they are part of something bigger, that their voices matter, and that their efforts truly matter, and that they're not alone in the industry. We're collaborating with companies that offer free educational opportunities for women, where they can learn more about AI, data science, machine learning, cybersecurity. And we have guidance from mentors who inspire young women and women to change up their careers to be more into the modern tech careers. And that's all thanks to the voices that know and understand the importance of diversity. And that's why we need education and mentorship programs that encourage underrepresented groups to pursue AI careers. And we've even started from the younger age. We're teaching kids about data science and making them understand the importance of critical thinking and also inclusiveness. So by fostering an informed and engaged society, we can ensure responsible AI development. The power of inclusion in AI is immense. It's about shaping a future where everyone's voice is heard, where diversity thrives, and where AI serves the needs and interests of all individuals. Let's champion gender equality in AI, harness its potential, and create a better tomorrow for all. Thank you for your attention.
That was an incredible talk, Ms. Elizabeth. Gender equality is not something we talk about enough. I truly appreciate your passion for what you do. Adam.
Oh, right. Right. And now on to our next speaker. Ms. Ananthi Sanrakantham is a Senior Principal Assistant Director of Secretariat of Distribution, Trade and Service Industry, working actively at the Ministry of Domestic Trade and Cost of Living.
She will now be sharing her valuable insight on the transformation towards the borderless e-commerce society. So let's give her a warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, prepare to be transported into a world where boundaries disappeared and the magic of e-commerce knows no limit. I'm Ananthi Sanrakandam, a proud representative from the Ministry of Domestic Trade and Cost of Living. And today, I invite you on an exciting adventure. Together, we will explore the fascinating realm of a borderless e-commerce society, all from the captivating perspective of policymakers and regulators. Get ready to unlock the secrets of this digital revolution as we embark on a TEDx journey like no other. So, what is borderless e-commerce? It refers to the ability of an e-commerce retailer to sell their products to a worldwide audience. The next question, why e-commerce is such a hype in today's world? It's simply because it's cheap, it's fast, and it's incredibly flexible. 10, 20 years ago, we did not have the technology that is bestowed upon us today. The global economy is going through rapid transformation as we speak. Emerging technologies such as blockchain, AI, are changing the way the world operates. The possibilities are endless. So what are the few further possibilities that can show up in 10, 20 years to come? Let's look at the two sides of the coin of this. My own personal perception, that may be fictional to some, is that e-commerce in future will contain VR and AR, spaces where you can virtually shop for your needs and necessities. A vision where you are walking around, grabbing items, and checking out, but all in your headset. However, a factual perception that is more relevant to my area of expertise might only predict a couple of years from now. So, under MED4IR, we have the National E-Commerce Strategic Roadmap, NESR framework, which aims to enhance and further accelerate Malaysia's e-commerce growth and innovation. The Ministry of Domestic Trade and Cost of Living is the custodian for few e-commerce acts. That what might spark your interest is that all these acts were enacted way back in 1999, 2006, and 2012, meaning that even the most recent regulations was reviewed over a decade ago. This allows the space for you and future generations to improve on digital technology policies placed on platforms such as e-commerce sites, making the outcome endless. I would go ahead and tell you to educate yourself on all the challenges faced by the e-commerce industry. But I will take that weight off of you and inform you of a summarized list of the challenges that you can expect. So first, logistic and infrastructure. In some part of Malaysia and other developing countries, logistic networks may be less developed, leading to reliability issues in delivery services, longer transit times, and higher shipping costs, especially during peak seasons, during celebrations and all. So next, payment system. The adoption of e-wallet and online transactions are significantly low, especially in rural areas, making it harder for e-commerce market penetration. Next, trust and consumer protections. In some developing countries, especially in the rural areas, consumers may be skeptical about online transactions, especially when it comes to cross-border purchases. Stigma on online transactions is very prevalent. Cross-border regulations and compliance. Cross-border e-commerce involves dealing with different legal frameworks. E-commerce platforms need to navigate these complexities, including understanding tax obligations to ensure compliance with local laws and regulations. And finally, cybersecurity and data privacy. Cross-border e-commerce retailers are often not held accountable for various issues specifically towards receiving the goods and services as advertised. Okay, now you are supplied with the necessary equipment and background on all the challenges faced. What do you think some of the possible solutions to mitigate the problem and help us reach the fictional vision we all might imagine for our future? Any takers? So I guess it's a little bit technical, so it's okay, just bear with me. All right, as an individual, you can keep yourself informed and updated, not only on the global trends and tendencies, but also on regulations, councils, and implementations set in place in your own country and possibly states and cities. Okay, due to my personal background, I may only speak of steps in Malaysia that are taken as a way forward. First of all, we have been supporting SMEs and digitalizations. This consists of recognizing small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, in driving economic growth. Initiatives focus on providing financial assistance, capacity building programs, and training to empower SMEs to embrace digitalization and e-commerce. Second of all, we have encouraged collaboration and industry stakeholders. The government is fostering closer collaborations with industry stakeholders, including e-commerce platforms, payment providers, logistic companies, and industry associations. The government has conducted numerous engagement sessions, workshops, and seminars with e-commerce industry players. This collaboration can help establish industry standards, address common challenges, and drive innovation in the e-commerce ecosystem. Public-private partnerships are to be forged to create supportive framework and initiatives. Now, I would like to share my own on-site experience relating to e-commerce. Okay, the issue came up when some of the e-wallet service providers, when they try to penetrate the rural area market, they face resistance as the people do not have any idea about e-wallet or what they stand for. So what was their train of thought? So these people, the e-wallet service providers that went to the rural areas, they went and approached the makcik at the morning market and pasar malams, and they said, come, use e-wallet. And they'll be like, there's no physical currency. Who are you? Are you trying to scam me? Because they don't understand, right? So as a result, the government introduced a program under the name READY that stands for Retail Digitalization Initiative. So basically what went down was we, the government teams, followed these service providers on boarding machines to convince the local, the aunties and uncles, makcik-makcik in the pasar malam, especially in the local areas, to adopt the e-wallet usage. Surprisingly, it did not take much time to convince the locals. It works like magic, and suddenly everyone was on board. Okay. This was one of the steps I took to assist in achieving a technologically enabled government that will provide more efficient, effective, modernized public services that are more data-driven and intelligent to meet the demand and expectations of the society. My story and many others are just a part of few examples of how taking an initiative, no matter how small, can drive out the most exciting results. One that definitely blow your mind beyond imaginations and leave an impact that drives entire populations. So do not be afraid to grab a friend, note down an idea that you think will derive change. You can start in communities as small as your homes, schools, cities, and even online communities, and make it your responsibility to be a beacon of change for tomorrow. And ladies and gentlemen, that's all from me. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Ms. Anandi. Personally, as an IT student, I've always thought about ditching programming to start an e-commerce business. Am I the only one here? Is there anyone here that does e-commerce? Anyone? Wow, Omar, you? Can you tell us what you do? Can I come over there? No, it's fine. I'm going to ask you anyway. It's fine. Let's go.
Let's get him.
So, Omar, tell us, what do you do?
Okay, so I just back in my country, I used to sell caps.
Which country are you from?
Egypt.
Wow. Wait, sorry, what did you sell?
Caps.
Oh, wow. Okay, cool. Round of applause for him, please. Thank you.
You want to ask anyone else?
Anyone else? Anyone else here does e-commerce? Omar, can I buy one from you? I need one. Yeah, sure. Okay, cool. Really? Yeah. Okay, cool. Like Adidas and Abibas? Exactly. Oh, cool. Okay, cool. All right. Anyone else does e-commerce? Anyone? No one? Don't we have any marketing students? Wow, okay.
Come on.
Or are you guys just shy?
Are you guys shy?
Any business students here? Not a single business student as well?
Oh, that one.
Where?
On the right?
Hi, okay. I'm coming over there. Excuse me.
I'll take the long way.
Thank you. All right, tell us. Hey. Okay. All right. Adam, do you have a question for us?
No, but you can ask her what you want.
Right. Do you, as a business student, do you have anything in mind, anything for the future? What do you plan to do in the future? Yeah.
Anything I'm gonna do? Maybe I'm gonna sell abayas.
Abayas?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
For Muslim girls.
How would your products stand out compared to the rest of the market? How would your products stand out compared to the rest of the market? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I take it back. I know how that feels.
Right.
Is there anything you want to say?
I can make you a suit if you want.
Okay,
wow,
bet. Sweet.
Okay.
Cool.
That is so cool.
Okay, now that we've asked them about business, let's ask them something about TEDx.
You're right.
Let's see. Let's ask someone. Let's see who we're going to ask right now. The person I make eye contact with, and if they look nervous at me, I'm going to ask them.
Hey, that's my tactic.
Okay. Hello? You with the hair. I mean, everyone has hair here, but yeah. Sorry. I want to know, what is your favorite experience from this TEDx event right now? What's your name?
My name is Tala. Tala.
That's a nice name.
Thank you.
Okay. What has been your favorite moment from TEDx?
Maybe this is a bit biased, but the one about like space debris, because it has to do with what I'm doing right now.
Whoa, what do you do?
What do you do? Interesting. What do you do?
I am currently building a deep learning model to detect space debris.
Wow.
Damn.
Wow.
That's insane. Just out of curiosity, what is your favorite sci-fi movie?
The Matrix.
The Matrix. Okay, cool.
Sweet. Nice. Thank you, Tyler. All right. Sweet. Well,
no, wait, let's pick one more person.
One more victim. All right.
One more victim.
Your choice, my friend.
All right.
Okay. Rich, you can ask him this. Which one? All right. Hey, man, how you doing?
I'm good.
What's your name?
Austin.
I love the drip. It looks really sick. Let me guess. Are you from FCM?
No, FCI.
Oh, wow, okay. So, you want to ask me a question?
Yeah, okay. Austin, tell us, what has been your favorite part of TEDx so far?
All right. So far, I think the speakers have provided a view on all the topics so far. And each one of them, I've noticed, have something in common, right? They have, excelled boundaries in their own fields. So like, they're professionals that we can learn from, look up to, because these people are professionals at the top of their fields. So I think we have to aspire to them and take, something that we can relate to from them, from their stories, into ours, and like how they've broken the barriers. And I look at myself and what I've been working on outside of uni, inside uni, whatever you're working on, whatever project that you have going on, and see how you can look at things differently. So yeah. So it doesn't have to be something specific, Like look at an e-commerce talk. You don't have to take the e-commerce and sell caps. But, take a different idea. Look at it a different way. Yeah, thank you.
You seem like a very smart kid. I hope to see you at the next TEDx event.
That was
But
an
speaking-
amazing answer.
Yeah.
Thank you, Austin.
He should be a speaker for the next one.
Austin, would you be willing to speak for the next TEDx? Maybe 20 years from now when you're rich.
All right. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the final speaker, Richard Kerr. He is the founder of Arcade Digital, a digital agency that helps entrepreneurs, startups, and businesses grow and scale digitally with creative marketing and storytelling. You may have seen some of his work, and if you have, you know how impressive his work is.
He is also a 4-time TEDx speaker. He is a TEDx innovation and keynote speaker who is highly immersed in the global startup and innovative ecosystem. He was previously attached to Cyberview, where he spearheaded Cyberjazz Living Lab and Smart City programs. He was also with the Malaysian Global Innovation and Creativity Center, also known as MAGIC, where he set up the ASEAN Center of Entrepreneurship, or ACE for short. So, let's give it up for Mr. Richard Kerr! Woo!
Thanks, guys. I need a screen turn on right in front. Can you guys check, please? So anyway, while they're trying to fix that, so we just wanna see, when you guys wake up in the morning, what is the first thing that you actually do? Sorry? Take your pills. Okay, that's good, that's good. Meanwhile, guys, the screen is still not on. Check what time? Okay. Anything else? Social media. All right, all right. That's good, that's good. Yeah, sleep. Continue sleeping. Good, good. All right. Anything else? They're still trying to fix. Anything else? Okay. TEDx like this, right? We always have technical issues, which is common. Any speaking engagements and those kind of things. So anyway, let's start. So back to my question. The first thing that you do in the morning, of course, you reach out your phone, check what's the message that you get, any reminders from your friends, or whatever work that you haven't finished. So this is the world we live in today. We spend a lot of time on our devices. And of course, a lot of people talk about the negative side of this. But today, I'm going to speak specifically on the positive side. So, as you can see, we spend a lot of time on our screens, either to our laptop, desktop, smartphones, tablets, you name it, right? And even we have come to the point of time where we actually get reports from our smartphones on how much time we spend on our devices. Okay, the Apple iPhone users, they would know that. And that's why today, I'm going to share this thing in terms of a slightly different perspective to talk about the possibilities. So, when the internet was made available to the public more than 30 years ago, everything was slow, information was erratic, and information was made available in a single direction. There was no interaction, and of course, internet was slow as well. Of course, then technology started to evolve, and there's an explosion of information on the internet. And a lot of them actually exist today on social media. So, and this is the part where it gets really, really interesting. Content. You can see the amount of content that we see that gets transmitted on a very minute, very second, every day. And I believe people in this room, you guys are on your devices, you're sending it messages, photos. You can imagine a large amount of data that gets transferred in and out of this room. And it's just going to go bigger because this is all data. And if you think about it, data centers are being built at a rapid pace at all around the world. And even like for Cyberjaya, right, where MMU is located, do you know that 90% of Malaysia's data center is actually based here? Anybody knows? Okay, now you know. Now you know. That's great. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am Richard Kerr. I am an active content creator on social media. I've been in this industry for the last 10 years, and I'm here to tell you that the creator economy will change the world. Rebirth. That is the translation of the word Renaissance. And welcome to Florence, Italy. It was the birthplace of the Renaissance in the 14th century, which was a period that lasted for about 200 years. And during that time, people enjoyed making beautiful arts, beautiful things, making amazing sculptures, telling great stories. People spend a lot of time, attention to detail, which is why the Renaissance was really an interesting phase of humanity. So during the Renaissance, right, people also got interested in learning and science. People started to question things. They tried to understand why and they study the world, basically. And a lot of the discoveries happened during that period. For example, science, maths, space, astronomy, and those kind of things. It was really a time of creativity and change, and it helped to shape the world that we live in today. So a lot of the things that we experience today, like all the amazing inventions, were actually came during the Renaissance. So if you look all the technologies around us, I could really say today we are now living in the age of digital renaissance. but slightly different compared to before, because now it has no origins, it is borderless, and people are now started to talk about various topics, and even education is disrupted. People like you and I, we can create content anywhere, anytime. So, what is the creator economy? So think about talent, like singing, dancing, drawing. And I believe every one of you here, you have your own talent. So basically, it's turning talent into something for people to enjoy, and then they would be able to pay you for it. And basically, it's making people happy. And that is actually the background of creator economy. So for example, you like public speaking and you want to teach people, and you create that content on social media to teach people on how to do public speaking. So people like it and people pay for the work that you have done. So the creative economy is basically using creativity and talent to bring value to others. So for example, you can write stories, creating cool videos, or even design cool toys. So it is an opportunity for creators to share their creation with everyone. And of course, at the same time, to make money as well. So this is Chamath Palihapitiya. So he is a billion-dollar investor who helped scale Facebook to 1 billion users. So recently, he made a prediction on social media, about social media. He believes that the creators, online creators, would be the billionaires of the future. And this is what he said. Firstly, we are experiencing 3 waves. The first wave is platforms. Giant technology companies like Apple, Google, basically created the iPhones and Android phones. So that became the foundation of social media. So the first wave, platforms, it created a lot of users, a lot of value to the whole ecosystem. And secondly, wave number 2 is basically the apps. So these are all the apps that you have: TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram. And these apps basically sit on the platform, which I just explained earlier. And Chamath basically mentioned that these apps are basically the atomized version of the platforms. It also created billions of users, also created trillions of dollars of values. And I believe, like you guys here, right? I'm sure you have already started to send out photos and videos, right? Okay, you guys are lying. So, wave number 3, content creators. And this is where it gets really, really exciting. Content creators basically builds business on top all of these platforms. And large creators like Mr. Beast, who has 155 million followers on YouTube, and Kabilim. Kabilim was unknown before the pandemic, and now he became extremely popular. He's actually the largest TikTok account holder in the world with 157 million followers. And if you think about combining all of these creators online, they would have already created more than 1 billion users across the world. So if you think about it, it makes sense, right? People attracted to creators. People are attracted to personal brands. It's no longer about attracted to a faceless corporation, a faceless social media pages, because these creators, they drive attention and they drive people to go to social media and spend time there. And they also build communities. And this is basically the basics of human psychology. And according to Insider Intelligence, which is a research company, they found out that last year, the creator economy size is about $105 billion. So how does the creator economy drive the future? So it is basically how everyone would be able to contribute to a larger cause, to a larger purpose, right? And that normally is related to planet, our planet, people, like what are the things that we care about, like climate change, for example. And the content that everyone is able to create would contribute to this larger cause to help the planet to be better. Because, as I mentioned earlier, through social media, information gets transferred at a much faster speed. And people, they can be educated, entertained, inspired, basically round the clock, 24 hours, right? Anyone can teach on any topic. You can learn anything today. Knowledge becomes liberated. So that helps accelerate in innovation. And experts, they get discovered everywhere, in any fields, in any industries. And businesses change, lifestyle change. We are able to work from anywhere today, and that was not possible 30 years ago. So we become sort of this global movement to help humanity move forward. So how do you take part in this exciting creator economy, which I believe everyone should, right? Whether you want to contribute in a small or big way. Firstly, you need to have a mindset change. Your mindset is everything. You need to know your purpose. You need to know your why. Why do you want to be part of this greater economy? And I can assure that it will help accelerate your growth. It opens up endless opportunities. And thirdly, you would be able to become the expert in your field or in your niche. And secondly, be yourself. You have to be yourself. In a world where everybody is trying to copy somebody, be yourself. So you should leverage on your skills, experience, identity, personality, passion, hobbies, and you create content around them. Because if you think about it, the world has almost 8 billion people. And I believe your community is out there. And they're actually searching for you. And thirdly, just start. Social media platform is free. Because if you don't try, you never know. Of course, to be a great content creator, it takes time. It takes patience. So for example, you sell cars. Instead of just telling people that you sell cars, create short videos and educate people about the car industry. And the opportunities are actually endless. So let us all be the creators of the future, but not the product of the past. We focus on the good stuff, on the positive side of social media, and whether you like it or not, we are already in this journey, right? The creator economy journey. So let us all be meaningful and purposeful creators. And with that, we will be able to drive humanity forward and making this place or this planet a better place. Thank you.
Wow. Damn, that was such a captivating talk, Mr. Richard. Content creating is definitely a skill that should be harnessed and capitalized on. And speaking of content creating, I do have a TikTok and Instagram, so just feel free to follow at Adam Khalil.
The plug was...
All right, moving on. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nearing the end of this event. On behalf of us and the committee, we'd like to thank the co-directors of TEDxMMU, Fawaz and Rasika. These two individuals have poured their hearts and souls into making this event a reality, and we are grateful for their dedication and hard work.
Fawaz and Rasika have worked tirelessly to create an incredible lineup of speakers who share their insights and ideas on a wide range of topics. Their passion for spreading ideas and sparking conversation is truly inspiring, and we are honored to have them as co-directors of this year's TEDxMMU event.
Their combined expertise and commitment have helped shape this event into what it is today, and we can't wait to see what they have in store for us for the next TEDx event.
As we come to the end of this event, we would like to take a moment to thank everyone who made this event possible. Thank you to our audience, our speakers, sponsors, and committee for your support and dedication.
Before we end the event, we would like to invite our co-directors, Rasika and Fawaz, to give the speakers a token of appreciation.
We would like to invite Mr. Kelvin Siu to the stage, please.
All right. Yeah. So it's crazy how this is actually the first TEDx event in a while. Like the last one was in 2019, right?
2018, actually.
2018, damn.
Yeah.
What would you want at the next... Okay, no, what? Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Kelvin.
Next up, we'd like to invite Miss Uma Shangri.
All right, thank you, Ms. Uma. Next, we would like to invite Ms. Anandi. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Anandi.
Next up, we'd like to invite Mr. Richard Kerr.
Thank you so much, Mr. Richard. Next, Ms. Elizabeth, please come up to the stage.
And finally, the man with the chains, Mr. Vincent Chan.
We got you more chains. Thank you, sir. And a special mention to Dr. Praveena and Ms. Chen Yi for their brilliant speech and performance, respectively. Thank you to our lovely co-directors and our amazing speakers. We humbly request our co-directors be seated so that we may proceed with our closing remarks. Thank you.
We can't thank you enough for coming to the TEDx event. Huge thanks to the speakers for this informative talks, the sponsors and committee for making this event a reality, and the audience for making this event a great one. We hope you leave this place with some newfound knowledge and friends.
A big thank you to ISSMMU Cyberjaya and IEEE again for hosting this amazing event, and we hope that you enjoyed today's event and found it thought-provoking.
It's not over yet though, because we hope you join us for dinner at the FCA soundstage.
We'd like to invite everyone to the dinner venue where we can continue the conversation and engage with each other further. Thank you once again and have a wonderful evening.
Adam
and Rich signing off.